Hello, everybody. Hope everyone is doing well. JR here, as always, with our continuation of our Life is Strange tier list, character tier list that we're still going through here. Uh, in our last episode for this, we started with the breakdown of one uh, Rachel Amber, and by extension, we also started the breakdown of one Chloe Price here also. So technically, we are doing a beginning a 2-for-1 breakdown. Even though Chloe's placement on the tier list is gonna come much later instead of as opposed to Rachel. Rachel's gonna get tiered by the end of by the end of our getting through of all her big notable like character stuff from Before the Storm. So once we finish getting through that, then Rachel is gonna be dumped on the list. But where she places, we shall see. But last time we did get through the first episode of Before the Storm. So we will be continuing on from the second episode. So we'll see what big moments for Chloe and Rachel we need to break down and take into consideration. See, for, well, specifically for Rachel's placement. But yeah. Ah. But uh Bao, don't worry. I definitely know, what it's like when you're really tired. Don't worry about it. It's all good. It is all good. That's what the that's what the excuse me. That's what the VODs are for. Cause as always, the VODs go up on as always, the VODs go up on our YouTube channel pretty much as soon as the stream is over. It's there on YouTube. So, and as always, hello Try. Glad to have you lurking around. Lurking around and eating food. Hey, as you've seen on some of the streams that I've been doing, that I do, I ain't afraid to be eating, talking, or eating and gaming. It's all good for me. Yeah, I know. Hey, look, I did not invest in a over $600 gaming computer so I could have shitty like streaming services and stuff. There's a reason I made sure to invest in. in the computer to make sure that at least I have a very solid foundation to do all these videos and stuff. So you could definitely thank my nice little laptop here for being able to power all of this and make this magic happen. But yeah. So let's see. A little bit of a let me pop it up here. Well, actually, let me search for where in the video real quick before I switch things over. Was it here? I think it was. Let's see. Okay, it was here. All right. All right. Little bit of housekeeping from last video was that when I was eating, and I said there was a particular reason as to why I was necessarily eating while talking about Rachel, that there was a purpose to that, and that was in particular specifically down to this scene, actually.
Getting closer to.
So I could ask. Should I make
Not every
section?
section. Oh,
Was
I love this.
there we go.
This is
What?
There they go.
It's
There you go.
nice Rachel we're having. What? I mean weather. It's nice weather.
Was mostly because of the Freudian. Let's be honest, it is Chloe with a Freudian slip of I would say dirty thoughts of nice Rachel we're having. So in honor of that scene, I thought it would have been appropriate to start the Rachel discussion with me eating food, even though very clearly Chloe would like to eat something else. But let's see. Oh wow. Wow, Bao, they were really putting you through the ringer during your game, weren't they? So with that little bit of housekeeping. Oh, also, I would like to mention, I would like to mention and point out Chloe's immediate reaction as soon as she realizes what she just said. the immediate Homer dope and the look on her face. Like, come on. Like, as soon as she said it, it just dawned on her, like, oh shit, did I say that out loud? Lucky for you, it didn't seem like Rachel noticed heard what you said. But then again, knowing Rachel and her acting background, she probably she probably did notice, but but did not but probably did not want to embarrass Chloe any further than she just realized. Hey, uh, at least Chloe was able to follow up the unintentional dirty joke with a actual intentional dirty joke with the V card line later in the scene. So at least she was able to kind of get a rebound. uh, but in any case, uh, also a very nice little cover or the title card or whatnot for episode 2, even though this scene does not happen at all in episode 2. Like at least with episode 1, it's a scene of them looking through the viewfinder, and it's like, well, that scene does happen, but it's like Rachel and Chloe are never in the pickup truck at nighttime together. So it's like this entire scene is a lie. They're lying to me. They're lying to me and getting my hopes up. That's not good. uh, but in any case, but in any case, we begin episode 2 after Rachel very angrily set the park on fire, and with her uh, supernatural or not supernatural powers, set the rest of the forest on fire. See, everybody, Rachel is definitely hot in more ways than one. She really takes being hot very literally, doesn't she? But in any case, we got the consequences for skipping school at least. So now we're in, ooh, excuse me, the principal's office right at the beginning of the game. Excuse me. And like I mentioned in the last episode, this would be the only interactive scene that Principal Wells has in this entire game, if you didn't do the secret backtalk challenge that you could do in episode 1. So if you didn't do that, then this is Principal Wells's only real scene he gets in the entire game. So there's that. But in any case, we are getting the riot act pretty much told to us by Principal Wells for skipping school and all that stuff. So in any case, after Principal Wells is over here, you know, metaphorically taking us over his knee and spanking us at this point. Um, it's time to dish out, some of the consequences of what's going to happen. So for Rachel first, because he goes with Rachel first. Um, she is not going to be his what was it? His I believe the term he uses is administrative assistant, which is like, okay, who the fuck cares? But the more important thing is going to be that they're going to take Rachel out of the play. So that's the most important thing, and is justifiably the only thing we should even fucking care about is the fact that Rachel can't star in the play because of skipping school. So in any case, we, after going through this little song and dance, and then we get this little acting performance that Rachel does, which is trying to put all the blame on her to try to prevent Chloe from getting expelled because of Chloe's numerous different issues of skipping class and being the stereotypical problem child. And hold on, I need to point that out in a minute. Calm down, Chloe. You're getting ahead of me. Principal Wells is pretty much gonna go for like the nuclear option, which is expulsion. So he's gonna expel her for skipping school this time. Because it's not the first time, so obviously you're gonna do it enough, you're gonna face severe consequences. So, which is why Rachel is defending us from getting expelled. So she's willing to. So right up front, Rachel is willing to take all the heat for what happened, and pretty much immediately, without a second thought, is just gonna put the heat on herself even more if it excuse me, if it means getting Chloe to not get expelled. So I think it's pretty well, at this point, I think it's pretty obvious how much loyalty means to Rachel, which was also kind of obvious because of with her dad and the whole cheating thing that we witnessed at the park. It's pretty obvious Rachel has trust and loyalty is kind of a big deal. So, as Rachel continues to being the drama queen by elaborate making up this excuse me, this elaborate story about it being her idea and Chloe only went with her to went with her to keep Rachel safe and make sure nothing happened to her and stuff like that. So she's really like gassing up Chloe a lot. So, and definitely, one problem I do have with this scene is in the middle of Rachel's big dramatic scene that she's making for Principal Wells here. Chloe winds up doing this. There you go. Like, why would you do that? Why would you do the jerk off motion like that? Especially in front of everybody. And how nobody saw Chloe doing that and is even questioning any of that, I have no idea. Apparently, either everybody in this scene, well, everybody except Rachel here, because Rachel is blatantly looking directly at Chloe pretty much as she's saying this whole thing. Apparently, everyone else is blind, or Rachel is putting on such an amazing performance that everyone is just staring at her and has the only tunnel vision and doesn't see anything else. Because I think it would be pretty obvious seeing Chloe doing that jerk off motion, and everyone would have been like, what the fuck are you doing? Why'd you do that? But, you know, that's just me. Not very subtle. And then you could, well, you obviously will, well, either option kind of has you going along with her performance anyway, so don't really have the choice in the matter there. So, in oh, and I do love the little line, Rachel's line here of, I'll make it up to you, I promise. I'm like, okay, will you now? Depending on certain choices that will be made, throughout a majority of this episode, well, most of your choices that pertain to Rachel, I think it would be safe to say that Rachel will make it up to Chloe. if you know what I mean. But in any case, so um, with Chloe playing along, um, which I believe this option is pretty much like you could completely call her out on her bullshit or you just go with it. Which the choice is going to be made kind of irrelevant in about a minute anyway. So it's one of those things where it's like, I don't know why they kind of gave you the option of double confirming this just so that you could immediately get that taken away. But in any case, um, after this little confrontation here, Chloe instead gets suspended instead, and as for Rachel, like I said earlier, is not going to be his administrative assistant, and will get the participation in the play taken away from her, uh, which leads to Victoria being put in her place since Victoria is Rachel's understudy. So there you go. So here we go immediately now, where there you go. Immediately, you go along with Rachel's story this far, and then now you're given the option of stick with the story or do the backtalk challenge. And if you win the backtalk challenge, then Rachel will be reinstated for the play at the very least. So she still loses the administrative assistant thing, which, like I said, who gives a fuck? But she at least gets the play part back, which is the most important thing that that you can do anyway. Because let's be honest, the play is the most important thing about this episode. Especially especially all the fun stuff that happens during the play. And especially the stuff that happens right after the play. Look, there's a reason why, okay? That what is that episode 2 of Before the Storm is all the way up here in S tier, okay? There's a reason why it's here. So in any event, we pretty much crush this backtalk challenge, get Rachel reinstated, and we get ourselves expelled because now we take the full punishment now instead of just being suspended, which is like, all right, technically Chloe is supposed to get expelled from Blackwell at some point anyway, so we're being canonically accurate by doing this, okay? And then now Chloe and Rachel technically make a wait, do we count this? Would we count this as uh the first date, or do we count this as the second date? Hmm? Would so would the would the whole skipping school bit be the first date, and then the junkyard meetup here that we just planned the second date? Hmm. Also, I really love wait uh I really love this skip scene, especially if you're in good standing with Skip, cause this is the only way you actually get these specific scenes from Skip is if you have a good standing with him.
I'll see you in the parking lot.
Hey, Chloe. I'm supposed to walk you out.
Just you and me. Hey, Skip.
Fuck 'em. Bunch of fascists. Hey, just wanted to say, it sucks what is happening to you.
Thanks, Skip.
You're gonna be missed.
Yeah.
really
If you
Look at how sweet was that Skip interaction? Like, come on, the little sincere like disappointment of not wanting to be the one to kick Chloe out of the school, and then the whole little like, hey, at the very it's like at the very least, Skip. At the very least, Skip's like, I'm gonna miss you, and the little shoulder nudges that they give each other. Like, come on, Skip is that dude. He is definitely that dude. uh, Also, um, if you notice from the very stuck subtitles that were currently on screen there, um, apparently Chloe's family has a history of some type of car accident, because Chloe literally just said that her cat died from getting run over by a car. So, and then what do you know? A couple of years later, the same thing happens to her dad, unfortunately. Well, at least in her dad's case, uh, it was more of a fucking 18-wheeler truck that hit him, but you know. But in any case, So we clean out our locker so we can get the hell out of here. And also meet up with meet up with Joyce, which I'm sure is gonna go well, like extra well. Also, interesting note. Let me see. Is this did this scene get muted or not? Because this scene is gonna have some music. I'm wondering if this scene got muted. Oh no, it did. Well, the initial setup for it didn't. Interesting. I always find it funny how certain music and stuff gets muted and then certain ones don't, and it's very weird on how they choose things. Hey, look, we got a nice little foreshadowing of Chloe staring at a fire alarm. I wonder what the fire alarm symbolizes. The funny part about that also is necessarily you could take it as Chloe either looking at the fire alarm or she's checking up on the graffiti that she just did right next to the fire alarm. So it's one of those things where it's like certain, like the camera placement here, like obviously the audience would be looking at the fire alarm, but Chloe's over here, and the angle and stuff is subtle enough that Chloe could be looking at one or the other, which is a smart way of doing it because you don't see Chloe's like actual face. So so it's kind of left up to the audience. Because then she immediately goes away, and then the camera pans over to the graffiti that she did. So it's a very nice way of not entirely focusing in on the fire alarm. So that way it's like if you know what the fire alarm means, then there you go. But more so, Chloe's big ass head blocking half the shot is pretty much, there to reveal the graffiti that she wrote. So yes, today would be and I do find it hilarious that Victoria's the one that goes into the bathroom and is like, what the fuck happened to this bathroom? And the fact that Skip was standing outside for who knows how long it took for Chloe to fucking graffiti the whole fucking bathroom. Like, what the fuck? Either the girl is like the fastest tagger in existence, or Skip has like the most incredible patience ever to be standing outside the bathroom for probably an hour for her to finish tagging everything. But yes, Rhiannon, for to answer your question, I am doing great. Thank you for asking. And yes, today is well, in universe dates. Today is the day that in the original game, you finally figure out, uh, what happens to Rachel and everything. So yes, today is a very emotional day. And it's also, plus also, I think it's very fitting that we're still talking about, that we're still, talking about Rachel and stuff, breaking her down, breaking her down as a character, and getting and figuring out where she's going to place in the tier list. Um, Hold on. Is there anything of interesting note? Excuse me. Within these text messages here. No, just normal banter for Rachel getting home. And then we have some, what is it? Some small, well, Rachel's little small flirting. And then we also get Chloe's very first official use by intention. Her first intentional use of the word hella. Cause she doesn't say it on screen yet. That's gonna come up later. But she does say it within the text messages here. So, cause the train doesn't count because yes, she says hella, but she's only saying it in response to Rachel saying it and her being like, what the fuck is that? So, but this is the first instance of Chloe actually using it in a purposeful way and a non like ironic way or anything. So it's kind of nice that they put that in there. This is why it's important to read your journals and your text messages when it comes to these Life is Strange games, because you will probably miss some important character development in certain ways and certain character interactions. So, Rhiannon's like, I did not read the journals once. It's okay. It's okay. Believe me, it's usually the good thing about these is they don't go away. Like they're all archived. So you can literally just wait until the end of the game and then you can just like read like everything at once. And the good thing about it is all the journals and text messages are all dated and time stamped. So you won't get confused on when these text messages were sent. So even if you read them all at the end, you could just look at the dates and be like, oh, okay, so this was from episode 1, this was from episode 2, and this is episode 3. So it's very easy to figure it out that way. Unlike a certain game. And yes, I am not going to let that go, especially when you're the only game in this entire franchise that doesn't do that. So when you're the only one that doesn't do it, it kind of makes you stick out, doesn't it? And not in a very positive way either. In a very negative way. So in any event, after reading some of these some of these journal entries that, yet again, Chloe is writing these journal entries to Max. So, well, technically, they're not really journal entries. Chloe kind of treats these as writing letters to Max that she is never going to actually send to Max. So, but yet again, it's just feeding into how much Chloe really misses Max, like through this whole game. Like, because she even mentions Max like several times, and well, in 2 other people, specifically Rachel on the train. She mentioned Max a couple of times. So, which is also funny because the fact that Chloe talks about Max to Rachel, pretty much Max in this game is kind of filling the same role that Rachel filled in the original game, because in the original game, Max is constantly hearing about Rachel from Chloe, obviously, and pretty much everyone else. So it's kind of funny that Rachel also has the same thing going on, where she's being told about this very important person to Chloe, from Chloe. So it's kind of funny how you get that like very subtle like parallel there. So the only difference between the two is unfortunately Max hearing about Rachel throughout the first game doesn't really have a very happy ending to that, as opposed to hearing about Max in this game, because we do know that at least that has a happy ending to it. So there's that. So here we are talking to Ethan, which Oh my god, I hate this. I I did this. It's kind of funny that Ethan is pretty much the Warren stand-in for this game, but obviously not Ethan, Elliot. Elliot is the Warren stand-in for this game, and except Elliot gets taken in a very, very different direction than Warren was taken in the first game. But I also did the whole what was it? Kind of giving Elliot a little something initially. But remember, at this point in the story, we don't really know a lot of information about Elliot yet. We are going to during the course of this episode, but right now we're just like, all right, guy, it's fine. Throw him a little bit of a bone, but it is funny that Chloe actually makes me immediately regret it. Because it's like, okay, yeah, hug, whatever. Because you could blatantly see how uncomfortable this hug is, and it's like, bruh, like, girl, immediately you just made me like regret my decision immediately. I do love how she gives him the old little tap on the shoulder. Like, all right, that's enough. That's enough, kid. Okay, that's enough. Hey, at the very least, at least he immediately like let go and backed off. So at least he immediately was like, all right, because you know you could have had him very easily be like, nah, I want to stay like this for 5 more minutes. But at least he was respectful to Chloe being like, okay, that's enough of a hug. Let go of me. And then him asking us to the Tempest play. And it's at that point where I'm like, yeah, bro, I'm not gonna go to the Tempest play. Well, at the very least, I don't want to go to the Tempest play with you, but you know. Which he takes pretty well. At least we hope he takes it pretty well. So in any event, we finally get to have our conversation with Joyce and David, which obviously is not going to go very well. Which here's the thing. David immediately opens this conversation saying, "Your mother and I have been talking." Okay. Not really a bad introduction, but considering certain information that Joyce is about to tell us, I don't think that's entirely accurate. Especially since you notice here. I don't think if you, I don't know if you noticed that. So far David has been doing like speaking for Joyce so far, which is not great. And then thankfully at least Joyce starts chiming in. Oh yeah, and then I did in this playthrough put the money that we stole from from the t-shirt guy. We did put the money in Joyce's purse, which to be fair, it was a good cause because as we find out by exploring around the house, before we go downstairs to give the purse and stuff to Joyce, that was going to sell. She was going to sell the engagement ring that William gave her. Because even though she says when Chloe calls her out on getting the ring appraised and stuff, that Joyce dodges around the question by saying, well, rings get appraised for many different reasons. So obviously not admitting that the reason why you got it appraised is because you were going to sell it. Which is a guarantee that she's going to sell it, because if you don't have the money and you don't put it in Joyce's purse, later when you're able to go, later when you get back to your to your house, you will find that there is a receipt for Joyce selling the engagement ring. So there's that. Also the fact that Joyce is hiding every picture of William that was hanging in the house. The fact that she's hiding all those pictures too is kind of not great. Like, I get that you're supposed to be grieving, which Joyce definitely puts off the air of being very double standardy, because it's like, okay, you're grieving, but you're also kind of being really rushing into this full-on relationship with David, even though your daughter is making it abundantly clear that she has a lot of problems with David, and it's pretty clear what those problems are, because Chloe even tells Joyce like a couple of times, and Joyce does absolutely nothing about it. Like it's pretty clear that, one, she does make excuses. She does make way too many excuses for David's behavior. She enables his behavior way too much and doesn't call him out on on the shit that he does. And by the time that she does do that, it is already way too late. Because it's like, girl, you've been dealing with this problem for, what was it? By the time the original game is going on, probably like 5 years or something at least. And it's like, you want to choose now to step up and say something? It's like, girl, like, come on. Like, and then things are obviously going to get worse. Well, maybe David. Chloe would probably be way more receptive to your what you're saying if you actually had what's the word? Actual social skills, which David is severely lacking any. And also self-awareness. Like, how he can figure out that I'm going to come into a grieving family that just lost their husband and father in a very horrific car accident. I'm going to push myself into this family, and I'm going to act like the big man of the house and just assert my authority on everybody. When it's very obvious that neither one of them has properly gone through an actual grieving process. Because Joyce hasn't gone through a real grieving process. Because all she's really doing is just negatively coping with William's death. Because let's be honest, that's exactly what David is. David is a coping mechanism because Joyce refuses to properly grieve in a positive way. So instead of actually grieving, all she's doing is trying to push those emotions to the side and I'm trying to say the word. I don't know why the word is not coming out. But hopefully you get what I'm trying to say. But yeah. And David's whole and David obviously doesn't fucking care. Because his only interest is Joyce. That's it. That's his only interest. Because at the end of the day, he just wants to be around Joyce. And Joyce does nothing but enable what he does, which the way the way Joyce enables certain things that he does is pretty bad here, is pretty bad in this game. But in the original game, there's certain actions that he does that she makes excuses for and brushes to the side that is pretty inexcusable for me. But we'll cross those bridges as we get to them. But yeah, how Joy should have handled this whole situation is clearly not rush into bringing David into the house. Because what we're going to find out is, David's going to move in and stuff. And yet again, you know that there's a big problem between these two. So you agree that the best solution to this is for him to move in. So instead of trying to deal with the problem, you're going to take the problem and just put it in your house and have the problem around 24/7. I don't know how that is a solution to anything. Like for me, if I was Joyce with David's relationship and stuff like that, instead of having David move in and do all this stuff, I would actually keep him out of the house as much as I can. Like, I would set up, I don't know, dates or some outings or something, so that way David's not around Chloe so much. Like, properly try to have David and Chloe warm up to each other instead of trying to force it to happen with a fucking crowbar. Or taking a giant hammer and trying to force them together. Like, come on. So stupid. So stupid. Like, it is. And obviously, for here, we pretty much comply with emptying out our pockets. Because one, we don't have anything to hide. Because we didn't buy weed. Justin took the weed that we had in the locker. So we don't have any drugs. Like David is assuming that we do. So this was pretty fun because since we don't have any drugs, this kind of makes David look like a paranoid fucking idiot. So that is funny though, how David kind of just nods at the fact that Chloe just flipped him off. That's pretty funny. And then look at this stupid shit. Joyce apologizes for going with David's stupid idea of Chloe emptying out her pockets, which she had nothing on her, so it makes him look like a paranoid asshole. And David's immediate response is to gaslight the situation and be like, you can't start apologizing for her. You're only encouraging her. Way to project what Joyce is doing with you, dumbass. And skirting around the issue of you were just humiliated and proven wrong, but he immediately wants to rebound and try to make himself seem in the right. So, yay. And Joyce's response of him moving in and Chloe has objections is that Joyce is at a loss and that she needs help. So your solution to getting help is for the person that is the source of the problems between you and your daughter is to get help from the problem. How does that make sense? How does asking for help from the source of the problem a good idea? Oh, dear Lord. And this line is so annoying and pisses me off to the nth degree. Joyce saying, talk to me, tell me what you're feeling. It's like, bitch, have you not been listening to the issues that Chloe has been telling you that she's having with David? Like, you can't ignore somebody telling you what their feelings are and then turn around and ask them to tell you what they're feeling. It's like, bitch, you've been ignoring what I'm feeling for like the past how long? And then now you want to listen to me? What the fuck is the... Yeah. Hopefully, y'all can understand you know what I'm saying, like what I'm what I'm saying here, and what my like reasoning and thoughts are about this whole situation here. And also, because I think I missed it earlier in this conversation, we did learn that Joyce does contradict what David said at the beginning of this whole scene. that David was the one that was talking about this. All of this was his idea, which immediately, David, pretty much uh, like speaks up, and then Joyce immediately corrects herself and says "we" instead of David. So it's very clear that all of this is David's idea, and none of this is really coming from Joyce's head. But yet again, Joyce is just going along with this, and it's like, girl, how much evidence do you need that this is a bad idea? Like, come on. Fucking girl is dumb as rocks. But in any case, we refuse to go home, which is fine. I do love that at the end of the scene, like, Elliot gets off his phone and is immediately like, as soon as Chloe goes past, what the fuck just happened? It's like he's been on the phone that whole time, and then as soon as he sees Chloe going by, all pissed off, that's when he's like what happened? It's like, I'm off my phone. What's going on? And then now we're back at the junkyard with our trusty smashing bat. So in any event, we're just chilling here at the junkyard, pretty much killing time until Rachel gets here. Because remember, we're supposed to meet at the junkyard, because that's the date that Rachel proposed that we do. So that's how that goes. So in any event, we're just farting around. I do appreciate that Deck 9 was self-aware enough from the first game that they included several scenes of Chloe here just pretty much hitting bottles, because we have the bottle she just hit here, and then we have the bottles in the first episode where Chloe can smash them and break them. So it's fun that Don't Nod was that Don't Nod in the first game with the whole trying to find the fucking bottles thing, which annoyed the shit out of pretty much everybody that played the original game. Pretty much that Deck 9 included a bunch of smashing bottles and hitting bottles stuff. So that definitely must have been pretty cathartic for those of us who have played the original game. Because I'm pretty sure everyone really wanted to smash those bottles during those points in the original game. Because that shit was not fun at all. especially considering they had you do it twice in the game. Because everyone loved it the first time, Don't Nod decided to put it in the game a second time. at least the second time was a lot quicker though. So at least they kind of learned something. But in any case, now Chloe has to fix the truck that is eventually, gonna be the truck that Chloe drives around in the original game. So, also we found the bobblehead, the little Elvis bobblehead, that Chloe does keep on the dashboard in the original game. So, you don't have to find that. That's pretty much like a hidden Easter egg that you can find. It's not mandatory to to find the bobblehead, dude. You do have to find the stuff to I say prepare the truck, but for the most part, you're gonna be covering up some of the problems the truck has. So, well, here we're finding, what was it? One of the hidden graffiti stuff, and then we have a hidden relaxing moment here also, and we have Chloe looking at the nice fire that is raging in the forest still. Good to know this is still happening in the background. So there is various there is and then we get a Pisshead song playing on the radio. You gotta love Pisshead playing on the radio. Various things that you could find do some of your cover up work on the truck. So pretty much we have to find a something to cover the seats with, something to cover the hole with, and a light. And there are, I believe, three different variations of each thing that you could find. So they give you a bunch of choice. They give you some choices to choose from. So so that is a pretty fun excuse me, little thing that you can do. And then for the most important piece that we have to find though is this battery. So you have to find the battery, you have to bring it back. And then once you do that, you try to start the car. Well, to start the truck, but it's not going to start. So now you, excuse me. Oh, okay. I was about to say for a second there. I thought one of these texts, that these texts almost repeated themselves, and I was like, oh wait, no. It kind of, it sounds similar to an earlier text, but but it leads to a different conversation. I wouldn't be surprised if the game glitched out on Texas at some point, but thankfully that doesn't happen. So it's at this point that we leave the car now, and then now we can go find those three uh, items that I mentioned earlier. So we take the cover here, and then we take the thing for the floor, and we get a light. And then we just put all those things inside, and then we go back into the truck, and then we get a phone call from Frank, which Frank is needing to meet with us to uh, to pretty much like ask us for a favor. But obviously, he's not going to tell us all that on the phone. So we pretty much tell him we're at the junkyard and he's going to come and meet us later. So now we have two people that we have to meet at the junkyard. We have Rachel and we have Frank. Luckily, we don't meet both of them here at the same time, so that's a good thing. And then we continue our graffiti thing. And then here's a little secret thing that you could find is in the glove box here, because to be fair, when you're looking around, right, inside the truck here, the angle that the game initially puts you in that makes you see like all of this stuff, the light, the horn, the car wall, and the cigarettes, because you see the letter is kind of fading out, but cigarettes over here, which choosing cigarettes immediately transitions into the next part. So if you want to do any extra stuff in the truck here, you have to do it before you choose cigarettes. So if you want to interact with anything in here, save cigarettes for last. But because of the angle that you choose, that you get shown here, right? You do not see like the option for the glove box. you have to, excuse me, you have to intentionally move the camera all the way down so that way you get the glove box option. Because the glove box is all the way like at the bottom of the camera. So it's pretty much at the very end of the camera. This is pretty much as far down as the camera's gonna go. So most people kind of miss that I've seen who like play the game and stuff kind of miss that the glove box is even interactable because they don't move the camera down enough for the prompt to pop up. Which means they miss finding Chloe's beanie. They miss finding the beanie. Which also, finding the beanie here, since you find the beanie, this also unlocks a extra outfit that Chloe can wear a little later, when you're able to choose your clothes again. You will have a unlocked outfit as a choice. And also your beanie will be a clothing item on some of the other clothes now since you found it. So it's almost like a secret like add-on now that you found it. That also goes for certain outfits in episode 3 also. So the beanie stuff does help with some extra options even in the 3rd episode. Well, I say options, but I mean like additional like cosmetic stuff to some of the other outfits. So in any case, we finally smoke. And as we're smoking, Chloe nods off and goes to sleep. Which has us pop up in the nightmare sequence again. This is probably, I believe this is the most creepy nightmare sequence in this game. There's another one that happens later, but this one is pretty creepy. Because one, we have William, who is, let's be honest, acting very creepy with roasting marshmallows by using his erect car as a campfire. So yeah, there's absolutely nothing disturbing about anything that he's doing here. Ooh, and then we got a nice little journal entry for the nightmare sequence where uh, it's pretty much a maze, and it kind of leads to Max here. So clearly, there's no hidden meaning there at all. Oh, speaking of Max, we have some nightmare text messages. So yeah, those text messages are not great, especially the Wells one with uh that because you got expelled, the consequence is parents dying, and you got Shakespeare here. Getting a fucking text message from Shakespeare is fun. And the fact that William is not like talking when you're trying to like talk to him. He's just staring at the fire coming from the car. So that's kind of weird. So in any case, we're just gonna play along and also roast some marshmallows. And then we get this. Uh, this very metaphorical dialogue that, ooh, excuse me, that William is about to spout out here. Let's see if you can tell uh, what he's talking about specifically.
Amazing, isn't it? I can't look away.
Sure.
Don't pretend you're not mesmerized too. See? You're so drawn to it, you don't even realize the danger.
Danger?
Fire blinds us, just like darkness. But darkness blinds with absence, with loss.
What does fire blind with?
Beauty. But sometimes there's a greater beauty yet to come.
Incredible.
Fire is jealous, Chloe. It wants all the beauty for itself. That's why you need to be careful.
Careful of what?
Of getting burned.
You.
So yeah. Uh, so did did anybody figure out what William was specifically talking about in his metaphor there? I'll give you a little hint. He's specifically talking about two people. Any guesses on who those two people might be? Uh, actually, while while I leave you, while I leave y'all to think about uh who William was talking about in his metaphor that he was telling Chloe there, I will be right back because I need to get a refill on my drink, and I'm gonna be back with a see if I can find a little snack to bring back with me too. So I will be back in a minute. Okay, so so the answer to who is William talking about in his metaphor is the fire that he's referring to is Rachel. So in his metaphor, Rachel is the fire that he's describing, that he's mentioning. And then the beauty that is yet to come, that specifically is referring to Max. So yeah. William trying to be subtle with his metaphors there. But in any case, we continue to finally wake up from our nightmare.
Hasn't anyone ever told you not to fall asleep with a lit cigarette? You could start a fire.
Ah, fire.
So, are you gonna invite me in? Or what? I love giving rides to strange drifters. Hop in. Thanks.
I will say real quick, the sensual way that Rachel just moved her hand across the hood of the truck was very unnecessary. like why do that? I have no idea. Unless most likely it's about Chloe's uh about the flirting that her and Chloe have been doing for the game so far. Woo. Oh, I'll definitely try that out later. Anyway, excuse me. But yeah, the flirting is kind of, you know. See, Rachel can just flirt with Chloe even without really saying anything. All she really does is just have to do certain body language stuff, and she pretty much gets her point across.
been busy. It's nothing. Just some junk I found lying around. A rainbow towel? A freaky red light? Holy shit. The all-seeing eye.
Figured it can't hurt to have the Illuminati on our side for whenever shit goes down.
Always thinking ahead. Chloe, this is incredible. I can't believe you found us an escape vehicle already. That's the hope. But it doesn't exactly drive yet.
We will
You'll figure
stick
it
and
out.
commit to the
And
plan.
while you're at it, we're also gonna need some money. You know, to buy stuff. Uh-huh. Car and money? Anything else you'd like? Luckily, there's no rush. True. And no Blackwell.
Well, for this part, at least, we just kind of recap a little bit of what happened towards the beginning, during the Wells meeting. But in any case, at least we start addressing certain things about what happened with the fire. So at least there's that.
Rachel, that was more
Pretty
than
wild's an
pretty
understatement
wild.
of calling
went
and starting
absolutely
a
nuts last
forest
night.
fire, you know.
What the hell were you thinking? I was angry. I didn't expect the whole stupid park to go whoosh. But now you're in on it
You know
too.
what Smokey the Bear
Accessory after the fact.
always said? Only
Unless
you
tell on me.
can protect,
I'm no
can prevent
snitch.
forest fires.
I'd be way happier going to jail than having to live at home with dictator David. He announced his plans to move in this morning. Oh, Chloe, that's awful. I'm so sorry. You know what we both could use? Therapy. Therapy.
She is not entirely wrong about that statement whatsoever. She 100% and Chloe do both need some genuine therapy, by the way. So Rachel probably excuse me, probably needs a lot more therapy by the end, most certainly by the end of this game, depending on what choices you're gonna make. So, girl, you do not know the half of it. But this whole little therapy sequence that they're about to give each other is genuinely pretty has some pretty fun moments and pretty little sweet moments too. And of course, by sweet, there are going to be a couple of flirty lines. Let's see if you can catch some of them.
You start. Kick back and tell me what's bothering you. Well, Doc.
Okay. So we'll start with
There's
this.
this dildo with a mustache who's been dating my mom, and now he thinks he's moving in with us. How do I stop him? That's a hard one. I'm not sure there's really anything you can do. Then what the hell am I talking to you for? Just because you can't stop him doesn't mean you don't fight back. The resistance begins now. Alright. You're going to need a new nickname to mark your enemy. What have you got?
Alright, well, we can go with... might as well go with the
He's, step douche. Because he's inserting himself where he doesn't belong. Also,
the fun
he's a
choice.
douche.
Poetic. May I also suggest stepladder?
Why stepladder?
Because he climbs on your mom every night. Ew!
Yeah.
And pretty soon they'll be stepping down the aisle.
What the hell kind of therapist are you?
Sorry. It's called shock therapy. Highly controversial.
See, if you click your... Because certain people think during this part you'll be doing a back and forth type of thing where you say one thing, she'll say one thing, and then you'll come back here and do the other options. No, if you go to your turn, it'll cancel out the other options and you just move on. So
I've been booted from school, and
might
I'm
as
not
well
entirely sure
exhaust
what to do about it.
all
You
the
mean how to cope
options
with your
you have
feelings of
here
anger
first
and
before
disappointment?
you
No.
before
I mean,
you
how
tell
to express
Rachel
my
your
feelings
turn.
of intense joy.
Uh-huh. Do you think you might be taking this a little too well?
You tell me. I'd say I'm exceptionally well adjusted.
I'd bet my therapist's license that no one's ever called you that before. Touche, Doc.
And then now fire.
So, my new friend, who everyone thinks is perfect, did something batshit fucking nutso last night. What do I do?
This perfect friend of yours, who I'm assuming is also an exceptional beauty, sounds like she may have been inspired by someone new in her life. Someone who is also, may I add, a knockout in the looks department. Perhaps this friend of yours, who, I reiterate, must be just stunning, needed someone in her life to teach her.
How to steal wine from yuppie picnickers?
How not to give a fuck. Because she was tired of having to give so many fucks all the time.
That makes sense. That was actually somewhat therapeutic. Thank you.
It's always a pleasure delving into the mind of Chloe Price.
And now it's your turn. Tell me all about what it's like being daughter of Arcadia Bay's most famous scumbag.
It sucks. Too blunt?
Sorry. I do that sometimes.
Nah, I'm just... I don't know. Can we talk about something else?
Of course.
I would like to say that when Chloe said her new friend, I think at this point we're going to need to put girl in front of friend. If not now, we're definitely going to need to put that in by the end of this. So, there's that. And yet again, the flirtation there, especially with with the whole Rachel being like being inspired by somebody new in her life and saying who I must say is also a knockout in the looks department. So already complimenting Chloe on uh her appearance, with Rachel telling her how attractive she finds her, is pretty funny, especially Chloe's like nonchalant reaction uh of just kind of nodding side to side, because I think it's pretty obvious at this point that Chloe really doesn't give a fuck about how she looks. So I don't think uh complimenting Chloe on her looks is really a big deal to Chloe, pretty much. But it is nice that at the very least Rachel seems to enjoy Chloe's uh, natural beauty, because clearly Chloe's not the type to be like, I'm gonna wear a bunch of makeup, I'm gonna put on lipstick and do all this shit. So pretty much Chloe is just excuse me. Pretty much Chloe is all natural. So that is uh, a pretty positive confirmation that Rachel just finds her attractive in general, and there's no real need for Chloe to really like try to like superficially like improve herself. So pretty positive thing to take away from that there.
Now, in this instance, picking one of you only have the option to pick one of these. So once you pick one, the other options don't matter.
I kind of fixed the truck a bit. That might mean I have life skills, something I've really tried to avoid. Upshot, I'm closer to becoming a car thief.
That's pretty badass.
I like the little slight smirk on her face when she said the badass line.
Do you think there's a point when you've been acting so much that you don't even have your own
So
personality
you got a little
anymore?
bit of
You're just whatever you think other people want you to be.
a little bit of a happy moment.
I think you have a personality. I wasn't talking about me. My dad doesn't really exist. You saw him in Wells's office. The whole thing is a performance. And now I'm starting to feel like everything in my life is bullshit. But he's still my dad. How can I make sure I don't end up like him?
You couldn't be like him even if you wanted to. You're too awesome.
The fact that you believe that makes me feel better. Shit. It's time for the play. As if my life didn't have enough drama in it. Good luck.
Actually, let's examine that phone real quick and see if we can see if we could catch if we can tell who's actually calling. And okay, that is clearly a mistake. Because if you can't tell, if you're not able to tell because of obviously the size of the screen we're dealing with here, the uh the call that Rachel is getting, the phone says it's from Chloe. So how can Chloe be in two places at once? I have no idea, but okay. Last time I checked, supernatural powers is not supposed to be a thing in this game. But apparently Chloe does have superpowers because how is she in the truck talking to Rachel and somewhere else calling her? Oh, so funny. You gotta love when there's like funny little mistakes like this where you could just screenshot it and literally tell who's calling her on the phone. Oh, Lord. In any case, let's continue the scene.
Shit. It's time for the play. As if my life didn't have enough drama in it. Good luck. You know you're never supposed to tell an actor good luck before a show? It's bad luck.
How is telling someone good luck bad luck?
You're supposed to say, break a leg.
That's dumb.
Hey, I was thinking that after the show, maybe we could go do something. Just you and me.
Something criminal?
Criminally fun.
I'm in.
As long as it's not starting another fire.
Wait, you forgot your bag. It's for you. Just a little survival kit for your new life on the lam. Drive safe, Chloe.
And then you get the little exchange of looks in that scene where Chloe is looking at Rachel leaving, and then as soon as Chloe turns her head and is not looking at Rachel, is when Rachel turns around and looks at Chloe before continuing to while continuing to walk out of the junkyard. So yet again, both of them are, starting to give each other those looks. And the way, if you notice the way Rachel got out of the truck was pretty pretty flirty, I'd say. Just saying. There was a little bit of a sensual how do you say, a sensual touch to the way that she leaves the truck. Did she have to do that? Absolutely not. Like, she could have just gotten out of the truck in a normal way, but clearly she wanted to give Chloe more how would you say this? I wouldn't say clues, because I think at this point, Chloe is very aware of, of Rachel's like heavy interest in Chloe, especially since by the end of the first episode, before Rachel starts the fire, she pretty much reaffirms the mutual attraction that they're both feeling for each other, because you already had Chloe's confession during the whole junkyard blow up and argument thing. Which within that same thing, you also had Rachel under her breath pretty much confirming the mutual attraction between the two of them. Which obviously Chloe doesn't hear, because, as I said, she said that part pretty much like under her breath. So only the audience would hear that. Like, obviously Chloe didn't hear it. So Rachel telling Chloe about the mutual attraction during the scene in the park at the tree at the end of the first episode, pretty much, reaffirms that whole thing and makes it clear to Chloe. So that way Chloe is in full understanding of where Rachel lies. So there's that. And then now finally we can meet up with Frank. And then we have the mysterious lady who was kissing Rachel's dad coming out of Frank's RV. Which is pretty mysterious. But in any case, we get in Frank's RV. He starts driving away. And then he tells us to pretty much go get his dealing book, where he keeps, records of his drug deals, of who who bought what, how much people owe him, if they owe him money, who owes him money, and like stuff like that. So we have to go get that book. And we have a funny little Easter egg of Frank having a fuck ton of beans in his cabinet here. Which is an obvious reference to Frank's love of beans in the original game. Since Frank's love for beans pretty much kind of became a meme after the first game, so Deck 9 pretty much going with Deck 9 going with the meanness of it by just having an entire cabinet full of beans in Frank's RV is pretty funny. And then we got the graffiti stuff. And then we finally go into the Frank's room to get the book. And then we get greeted by little baby Pompidou. So now we got a young little Pompidou, which is obviously Frank's dog from the original game. Excuse me. But here, Frank pretty much just recently got Pompidou. So Pompidou is, not entirely Frank's good boy dog yet, because Frank still has to train him and do all that stuff. And then we get more hints about Frank and Damon working together, which is going to come into play very soon, pretty much. So that makes that very easy to get a I guess you could say a payoff to. Oh, excuse me. But in any event, we give Frank the book. We could do a back talk challenge here with Frank to find out more information on who the lady is that came out of his RV, the one that was kissing Rachel's dad. So we could do that. Which in this playthrough we actually do that. Plus, I do love that Frank's symbol for the backtalk challenges is a can of beans. I told you when Deck 9 leaned into leaned into uh, Frank's obsession with beans and the meanness of Frank and his beans. They really committed to it in a lot of different ways. But specifically this line here that Chloe tells Frank that, which isn't true, but she's using it as a as a way to like get the information out of him. Because we saw this on Frank's computer, which is how we got this dialogue. Because if you were noticing, um, the choice to do this dialogue was underlined. So pretty much you get this dialogue choice if you investigate Frank's computer and go through like the different pages and stuff, then you will get dream this dream cloud uh, conversation during this backtalk challenge, which is pretty much that Frank uh, has had a dream of a cloud that swallowed up Arcadia Bay, which, if you played the first game, is a pretty obvious reference to the big ass tornado that is coming to destroy Arcadia Bay. And obviously, depending on what you choose in the end, will actually swallow up Arcadia Bay in a sense. So, Frank's little dream will actually come true in that case. So, kind of a little bit of hidden, almost hidden foreshadowing. Because, like I said, you're only going to see that if you go through Frank's computer. And you're only going to get this dialogue option if you're doing the backtalk challenge. If you're not doing the backtalk challenge, then obviously you're not going to hear any of that dialogue anyway. But the most important thing from winning this backtalk challenge, like I said, you gain a little bit of information about the lady, and more importantly, you get a name to give the lady. Because, like Frank said, if you were able to read the subtitles there, her name is Sarah. And Frank also says that she's been kind of like causing problems around town since she showed up. Hold on for a minute. I'll be right back. Okay, now I'm back. Um, also, uh, also technically, I'll say this now. Let me go full screen for this real quick. Uh, I'll say this now real quick. For me, um, it's already after 12 o'clock where I am. So it means happy birthday to me, because technically it is officially my birthday now. So, yay. so this is technically my last stream and my first stream uh, with my old age and my new age now. So yay! It's a 2-for-1 deal. uh, and yes, uh, I do know the irony. Well, technically, I wouldn't say irony. For me, it's actually um, kind of meant, like almost meant to be, because for the original Life is Strange, if you pay attention to the dates and everything in the original game, the entire events of the original game take place on October 7th, October 8th, October 9th, October 10th, and the finale of the game takes place on October 11th. So the fact that the original Life is Strange, the entire climax of the game, and that gigantic emotional payoff to that game takes place on my birthday was almost it was almost like the game almost meant to be as special to me as it wound up being. Because also keep in mind, when I originally played the game, I did not know any of that at all. When Max says that the date on the newspaper when the tornado is there during her little nightmare sequence at the end of the first episode, when she reads the paper and says October 11th is when the tornado is supposed to appear, I literally was aghast, because I'm like, wait a minute. The entire buildup of this game is literally building up to a big event that's happening on my birthday. I don't granted, I don't approve of a big fucking tornado wiping out an entire town to be a big event happening on my birthday. But also I also don't appreciate that depending on the ending you choose, that technically Chloe's funeral also takes place on my birthday, which is not the bestest thing, but I do appreciate that the climax of the original game coincidentally takes place on my birthday. But yeah, since I've been getting some birthday messages and stuff, I just thought I might like bring that up now, especially since I think it's thematically relevant to obviously what we've been discussing this whole time, and that is Life is Strange. So, and it's a big part of, you know, the entire franchise. So it's like, it was like I might as well talk about the personal coincidental connection that the game has to me. Definitely a very pleasant surprise for the game. For the game to give me. But with that, let's return to the main plot at hand. Because I do definitely want to get through episode 2 at the very least before we end the stream. I definitely, at the very least, want to get through this episode. Because there's definitely a big moment that's going to come that I think a lot of you probably want to see us get to. So I definitely don't want to delay that too much. Well, not any more than I need to. So in any event, we learn the lady's name is Sarah, and that she's been causing problems since she got there. And Frank does not want to say anymore. So now we get to the favor that Frank wants from us. And that is that Drew, Mikey's brother, is helping sell drugs for Frank. And Drew hasn't been giving Frank the money that he's making from selling the drugs for Frank. So Frank is giving Chloe excuse me, the job of going to Drew and trying and figuring out what's going on and to find the money and bring the money back to Frank. So that's pretty much what the main thing that Frank wanted to talk about. So in any event, no matter what, no matter what you say or do, technically, you're gonna have to do this regardless. So, at least the rationale that Chloe comes to is, at the very least, she could make, since Frank said that he would give her a percentage of the money if she finds it and brings it back, that he will pay her for doing him the favor. That Chloe can use the money to get to fix the truck, so that way her and Rachel can leave, like run away from town and stuff. So yeah. And then here, you get this exclusive text message conversation here. Because this part of the text message only happens if you win the backtalk challenge with Frank. So you telling Rachel like the lady's name and Rachel's reactions here, all of this is not here if you don't win the backtalk challenge, or if you don't even do it. So there's that. Any other? Oh no. What did she say before this? Hold on. Let's see what. Oh, okay. She's just asking you what you're doing. I like how Chloe straight up just tells her that, like, oh yeah, I'm just doing my drug dealer a favor. And then Rachel's immediate response is like, oh really? So bad. Like, look, even in text messages, she is just flirting the fuck out of Chloe right now. And then already saying, come see me when you're done. So pretty much giving us our next objective, that after we do Frank this favor, to come to the play area, so that way Rachel and Chloe can meet up before the play starts. So, which also in a more subtle way, the fact that Rachel is like really like wanting to hang out with Chloe so much now, pretty much like sets up how I guess you could say attached that Rachel is getting, because we have the whole thing at the beginning of the second episode, after the principal's office, to meet up at the junkyard. And then right when we're finishing up, the meeting at the junkyard. Rachel says that she wants to do something with Chloe after the play. And then now, Rachel wants to meet up also before the play. So now Rachel went from just doing something after the play to I also want to meet up before the play. So clearly somebody is really, really smitten. So not that clearly Chloe is objecting to any of this. Because also, to be fair, Chloe does need attention, because that is one of the underlying problems that Chloe is having, is that nobody is actually giving her like any proper attention. Like, her mother's not giving her the attention that she rightfully does need, and technically desperately needs. But so it's like, well, at least Rachel is giving her some attention. Is it the attention that Chloe does need? I would say in a way, yeah. Like, it is the correct attention she needs, in the way that you need a friend, like a genuine friend to actually like talk to. And Rachel is that at this point, so that is definitely a positive. Also, at least the therapy session pretty much proves that at least Rachel being someone that Chloe can actually have listen to her feelings and her problems is a very big plus. So there is that. And then now we are back to yet again the VIP for completely new. Excuse me. VIP for a completely new character in this game, Steph motherfucking Gingrich. And obviously, it goes without saying, this interaction is pretty fun, and also takes a genuinely sweet turn at the end. So, and yes, Triune, hell yes, Steph, yes. The beginning of the awesomeness that is Steph in this game. So, outside of her awesome introduction with the whole D&D game with Mikey. So, here we go.
Hey, Steph.
Whoa. Hey, Calamastia.
Surprised to see me on parole?
I told you Wells was out to get you. That text was a rare courtesy, by the way.
I will point out real quick that that is a genuine text that you can miss if you're either like not uh pulling up the texts when you're receiving them, or if you're not checking the texts if you miss them. Because she did genuinely send you a text warning you about the principal. So specifically about the principal being on the warpath for you guys, like skipping school and stuff. So she pretty much was trying to warn you before the beginning of the game. Pretty much, not the beginning of the game, before the beginning of this episode. So the fact that she's genuinely referring to the text message that she said that she sent in this scene is actually one of the rare instances in this game where a character is blatantly stating and following up on an actual text message that they sent. Because most of the time, most of these like text messages that you get, unless they're like heavily like plot relevant to the point where the game like forces you to be like this is a real like text message that they want you to see and kind of force you to see the text message. It's rare that characters mention stuff that happens within the text messages. I'm sure this scene would probably come off as pretty confusing for people that aren't even aware or completely missed that Steph actually sent you a text message. So they probably got to this scene and was probably like, what the fuck is Steph talking about sending you a text message? What the fuck? Like, what are they talking about? But thankfully for me, I am the very thoroughly like looking at everything person. So obviously I checked those text messages. So I instantly knew exactly what she was talking about as soon as this scene happened.
I don't normally get involved in other people's dumb decisions.
Thanks for trying, but skipping yesterday was totally worth it.
Skipping with Rachel Amber does have an appeal.
Well, yeah.
So, what are you doing here?
I'm just picking up something from somebody. It's for a friend.
Now I'm really curious.
What are you doing? What's all this stuff?
I'm prepping for the Tempest show tonight. I'm the stage manager.
Oh, right. I think I knew that.
Honestly,
Okay, this little section of the conversation doesn't really mean anything because they just talk about about the play and how some of the guys in the play like kind of have like a change, like show a little bit of a different side of their personality and stuff, which is like okay. Uh, um. So yeah. Uh. So the most important part of this conversation is right here at the very end before you're about to leave Steph. Leave your conversation with Steph. You get this uh pretty genuine like interaction right here at the end. So here we go.
Maybe I'll see you later.
Oh, hey. I wanted to ask you something.
Shoot.
I've been planning to make a move on Rachel, but not if you two were together.
Make a move?
So, are you? I mean, that's Rachel's business. Or maybe yours and Rachel's business. But if you feel comfortable telling me.
You think we're together?
It looks to me like you've got a thing for her, and maybe she has a thing for you. And I wouldn't
Well, she
wanna
clearly
get
did
in the
have a
way.
thing.
I don't know. It's confusing.
Yeah, I can imagine. You ever want to talk to me, Chloe? You know you can, right?
I'll see you later, Steph.
Have fun storming the castle.
Yes, that is also what makes Steph a real big MVP right out the gate is how upfront she is about her intentions and how respectful and observant she is about what's happening. Because she's like, okay, it looks like there's something that may be going on between the two of you, or something that might lead somewhere. So I am going to be upfront about this, and I'm going to ask you, Chloe, directly of is there something going on, because I intended to pursue Rachel, but Steph respectfully being like, if there's anything going on with you, or potentially anything that might be starting to go on with you, let me know, so that way I immediately will back off and not interfere or come between anything that's going on or may be going on with you two. And that is very big and respectful for Steph as a character, like right out the gate. Like that's a very mature um, way of thinking and way of handling the situation to make sure to try to make sure that there isn't any problems and any misunderstandings going on. So yet again, there's a reason. There is a reason why before the storm, Steph is all the way up here at the top of A tier. Okay. The fact that Steph left such a big impression right out the gate in the very limited appearances that Steph has in this game speaks volumes on how well written and well acted she was as a character. Because let's keep in mind the D&D section in the first episode. That whole D&D section with Mikey, the conversation before it, the potential D&D game that you can participate in, and then the little conversation after the end of the game. That is Steph's only scene in that whole first episode. That's it. And then this scene right here, this conversation that she's having, that she can have with Chloe, because I believe you don't have to talk to Steph in this scene at all. You can completely sidestep her and just go to do the objectives, so that way you can get past this part of the story and move on. So you don't have to talk to her here. So this is the only part in this whole episode that Steph even has. So if you don't talk to her here, then technically Steph really has no real like scene for her. Like, all she is just a background character that's just sitting on a bench. So she doesn't really do anything in this episode if you don't really talk to her. So yet again, the very limited screen time that she does have. You can't say that they didn't make pretty much every scene that Steph is in. They definitely made it mean mean something, and did the best and everything out of the limited screen time that she does have. There's a reason they brought her back for True Colors, That doesn't happen by accident. I'm pretty sure if Steph wasn't as well received as she was and didn't become as popular as she did, then we would be talking about a totally different girl being one of Alex's potential love interests. Come on. Alex getting stuck on wires over here. So we would have had most likely a completely new character instead of Steph in True Colors if Steph wasn't didn't connect with the audience. So thankfully, we do not live in that timeline. We live in the Steph timeline. And I think we're all the more better for it. Yet again, there's a reason True Colors Steph is currently at the top of the S tiers right now. So I think Deck 9 did a really good job with Steph's creation, and Katie Benz did a really good job bringing Steph to life. So there you go. And also a little funny little tidbit here. Steph is the only character in any of these games that actually does this.
Now that
Wait.
I'm gone, Steph might be the coolest person left at Blackwell.
No, Chloe, I mean, look at the book.
Tempest, right?
Look at the
And
book.
the only character that will say the following things if you look through their stuff right next to them.
Why, yes. Chloe, of course you may look through that.
Yes, there you go. Steph is the only character that will blatantly call you out on looking through their stuff right in front of them. Because no other character in any of these games call the character out for just touching everything and looking through everything. So there is that. And Steph does get extra points for that because of course, if you're looking through someone's stuff right in front of them, why wouldn't they react to that, right? In some way. Oy, excuse me. So in any case, we have to get inside the dorm because the dorm is locked, so we need some keys to get in. And we have to talk to Evan real quick. Because that's going to let us interact with certain things, so we have to talk to him. And then we don't have to talk to Samuel, but you know, you get a little bit of some metaphorical like dialogue from him where you like can ask him about people. So he gives you like some little stuff about the various characters that you can ask him about. So which is pretty insightful. Like Samuel does say some pretty uh, things that you can like think about a little bit. especially when he like reads Chloe's like emotions and stuff. Which, to be fair, Samuel, it's not all that hard to read Chloe's emotions because, like I said, Chloe wears her emotions and her feelings on her sleeve, so it's not like she's really hiding a lot of her emotions. Like, obviously she hides like some of the deeper stuff, but she's pretty upfront with like saying how she feels about certain things. So so now we got Evan out of the way, so now we could fuck with these sprinklers, which will make the thing malfunction and make Samuel leave. Also, how is Chloe not the most prime suspect? Because it's like, bro, you look up, you're coming this way, and then you literally see Chloe skipping away from the busted sprinklers. Yet again, Chloe is not stealthy in the least with any of the shit that she really does here. Especially when she's trying to be sneaky. But in any case, we get the keys, and then we get inside. And then we have to convince Skip here to let us in. Which you can pretty much accomplish by winning the backtalk challenge. Even though even if you fail the backtalk challenge, it's not that bad for losing anyway, because you still are able to get into the dorm anyway. So there's no real consequence to winning or losing, really. The only real thing that really happens here is either you win by making Skip really uncomfortable and making the situation really awkward, so that way Skip is kind of forced to try to look for a way to leave the conversation, or you lose and he ends up just flipping out and getting mad, specifically at the principal through his walkie-talkie, and pretty much gets himself fired in the end. Like, obviously, cursing out your boss and stuff is not a great way to keep your job. And then, obviously, if you win, like we did here, he will get a radio call from the principal to investigate an unknown vehicle in the garage, which is pretty much Frank's RV that wait, I said garage, I mean the parking lot. Um and then speaking of which, Frank with the text messages wondering what's taking so long. So wanting wanting us to hurry up and find the money. um in this instance, obviously Skip doesn't get fired. But eventually he does. Excuse me. Excuse me. As I was saying, Skip does get uh does wind up quitting because his band Pisshead is starting to gain some momentum. So he pretty much leaves the security job um to to do more like do more gigs and stuff still, since they're gaining uh some um some fame. So to take advantage of that, obviously he quits his job so that way he uh can spend more time doing that, which obviously opens the door for David to get the job at some point before the original game. So yeah. And just like David, if you've noticed, Skip is literally like the only security guard that this whole fucking school has. So yeah, like you don't even have like nameless security guard NPCs. Like it's literally just Skip and David. Like you think like couldn't you just make some like NPC characters to just be around just to show that there's other security guards? Especially since like David and I believe by extension Skip is supposed to be like head of security. So it's like how can you be head of security if it looks like there is no other security guards that even work at the schools? Like, what are you the head of? You're like the only one. So yeah, a little bit of a little bit of oversight there on both ends, because that's not just a Deck 9 thing, that's also like a Dope Nod thing. But unless there are like NPC security guards that I never noticed, I don't know. There could very well be. But in any case, we do get this creepy poem if you're able to if you were able to read it. Um, you get this weird, creepy, kind of almost obsessive um, poem about uh, pretty much about Chloe because it's very easy to figure out that Chloe is the one that Elliot is talking about in his poem there. So yeah. Um, so in any case, we continue to try to find to go to Drew's room. So now that we're in Drew's room, we have to find where the money is, and we also find out that Mikey has been living in Drew's dorm room and has gotten special permission to live there with Drew. Since their dad lost the job and is currently homeless, so at the very least, Mikey has somewhere to stay while their dad is trying to look for another job. But in any case, you find that the money is obviously in this locked uh, chest here. So you got to figure out the combination, and pretty much the combination is, I believe it's Mikey's birthday. So if you can just find the number, uh, like I believe there's like a piece of paper or something in Drew's room that has Mikey's birthday on it. Then there you go. That's the solution to open that. So now we got the money and we're about to leave. Instead, Mikey comes walking in and catches us in the room, which is highly suspicious. But to be fair, you guys did leave the door unlocked. Because Chloe wouldn't be able to get in here if the door was locked. So if anyone showed up in your room, it's technically your fault because it's like, bro, you didn't lock up properly. If it wasn't Chloe, it could have been anyone to just walk right into your room. And we do know for a fact that these dorm rooms do have locks. So Drew not having the door locked is an even more like you fucked up moment. But in any case, we find out that Damon is already here looking for Drew. So Drew pretty much tells you that, stay with Mikey. I'm gonna close the door. Don't open the door for anything, and I'll deal with Damon. Plus, it's very obvious that Drew is stealing the money because he wants to help his dad, who is having trouble finding a job. So, yeah. Also, I understand your intentions, Drew, but stealing money from a drug dealer is not the best solution to that problem. All that's going to do is make the situation a million times worse. So obviously Damon is not happy about that with uh, Drew lying and making up the excuse of like, oh, it's just been slow. I haven't been able to like sell a lot of drugs and stuff for you. Which obviously Damon is not buying, but Drew is sticking to his lie and is just pissing off Damon even more. To the point where Damon is now roughing up Drew, which leads to this decision of either keeping the door closed, which is the stay with Mikey option, or the open the door option and give Damon the money, which the consequences of this is not extremely I guess you could say like really important. But for this playthrough, we do open the door to give him the money. So that way he doesn't severely injure Drew. Because right now, Damon has been taking it easy on Drew. So we're pretty much stopping this and giving him the money so he can stop and leave, to prevent the situation from getting even worse than it already is. So with this, we also confirm that the only reason Damon is here is because he got really impatient about getting the money. Which obviously, I don't believe Frank knew that Damon would be doing this. Because if Frank knew Damon would be doing this, then there would be no point in him asking Chloe to do this. Unless Frank's plan was for Chloe to hurry up and get it before Damon comes and tries to handle the situation himself, maybe. But clearly, either way, the entire plan went to shit anyway, because Damon and Chloe pretty much run into each other anyway, so it's like, well, the whole plan just got fucked, so it doesn't really matter. And then Damon here obviously backhands Mikey, and Mikey falls down and pretty much breaks his arm. So with the warning of if Drew steals from me again, I'm going to break his knees, which is also kind of ironically funny because if you stay in the room with Mikey and don't open the door, that is exactly what Damon does. He does break one of Drew's knees, so there's that. And this also determines who is gonna wind up in the hospital. which isn't the biggest difference between them, but the fact that Mikey is going to be the one in the hospital does lead to a pretty cool optional scene that you can get in the hospital. So even though I really like Mikey and prefer him not to get hurt, it does have a pretty sweet, heartwarming payoff in the long run. So it's kind of a little bit of a give and take situation on that one. But in any case, which kudos to Mikey too for being like very understanding in the in that scene, even though he has a broken arm and everything. So that's pretty mature of Mikey there, that he understands the situation enough to not blame Chloe for anything that happened there. So with that, we finally get to the Tempest area. And we get a text message from Steph saying that she's going to the hospital to see Mikey. Well, in this case, to see Mikey. In the other case with Drew, Steph will still go to the hospital, but instead of seeing Mikey, she's there to support Mikey in not being worried about Drew, because obviously he has to go into surgery and stuff to deal with the broken knee that Damon gives him. So either way, Steph is going to go to the hospital to be a really big supportive friend to Mikey. So yet again, Steph is number one for yet again VIP status for this game. Specifically, new characters. I make that very clear. She is VIP specifically for new characters. Because if we were judging this based on overall characters, then clearly Chloe and Rachel would be like the MVPs of the game. But I think that's a little unfair. So I pretty much make the amendment of making it exclusive to original characters for this game and not just returning characters. But in any case, after talking with everyone here, the only real important thing that we can do here is listen in on Samantha, who is eavesdropping on Nathan and his dad, Sean, talking to each other. And I say talking to each other, but it's very clear this whole conversation is entirely one sided, as you'll see here.
Nathan, please.
I can't do it, Dad. I'm sorry.
Keep your voice down. Now listen to me.
Nathan's dad looks like he's really laying into him. I wonder what it's about.
You don't understand. They all hate me. They're just gonna laugh at me.
Why do you suppose that is?
I don't know.
Because you show weakness. Just like you're doing right now.
Dad,
When will you learn that this isn't about you and your problems? This is about the Prescott name. My name. You will not embarrass me. Nathan.
yes.
Good. Now. Break a leg. I'll see you after the show.
Great pep talk, Mr. P. Everyone knows the best way to instill confidence in someone is by intimidating them.
I don't know who you are, but mind your own business.
I'd love to. Don't you have, like, a private bunker filled with gold coins where you could have these conversations?
Nathan.
Fuck!
So yeah, that is a very completely one-sided conversation there. Um, but also, yet again, it sheds light on Nathan's causes for his well, some of the causes for his mental state that he's in, and certain actions that he takes. Because there's a lot of very shitty parenting that is clearly happening there. And, ooh, excuse me. Ooh, excuse me again. And a lot more, ooh, excuse me. A lot more value that Sean puts on the Prescott name and Nathan living up to that name instead of the actual well-being of his son Nathan to begin with. Which obviously, from everything that happens in the original game, is going to have a lot of dire consequences for both Nathan and other people. So Sean is not in. I wouldn't say Sean is entirely to blame, because in the end, Nathan is responsible for the actions that he does do. But Sean is definitely the catalyst to for Nathan's for some of Nathan's actions that he does do. So, and the fact that Sean technically enables Nathan's actions, not directly, but because Sean doesn't believe Nathan has like problems and intentionally turns a blind eye to any of the signs or anybody telling him that Nathan has issues. He is pretty much like enabling Nathan to do the things that he does and eventually will do. So, yeah. And obviously, Sean does not have any idea of the things that Nathan is doing and the things that Nathan will do later. So the whole dark room thing and all that stuff, I think it's very clear that Nathan's dad does not really know what is really happening there. So, yet again, being completely blind of the things that are happening and not questioning shit. So, in any event, we finally go and meet up with Rachel finally. And we also had that little follow-up conversation um with Samantha, so there's that. Which all that really does is just drive home the fact of Samantha liking Nathan for whatever reason. Cause it's not like we've had any scene of Nathan that kind of like made him endearing in a way to kind of give us some idea of what Samantha finds attractive about him. I don't know. It's clearly not money, judging from her character and some of the stuff that she says about Nathan. So it's clearly not the like she's after money. But yeah, I could have used some more like tangible reasons as to why Samantha would like Nathan. Because we see moments where she does like him, but we're not really given examples like on screen. Like Samantha kind of talks about things, but it's one of those things where like you're kind of telling me things, but you're not really showing me. So I would have more appreciated them showing me instead of just talking about it. So, but yeah.
Got shady business going on over here.
Whatever that was.
This is only this is also only the only genuine moment where where Chloe trying to be sneaky actually works and is genuinely pulled off. Like, Victoria doesn't obviously see her or anything, so at least Chloe gets 1 point for stealth at the very least. But in any event, you see Rachel clearly putting some pills in one of those cups of tea. And you could tell it's pills because of, like pill bottle noise that you hear. Because you don't see the pills, like, in her hand or going into the, being mixed into the tea, but, the sound effects pretty much get that point across without you needing to see it anyway. And whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. And once you empty out Victoria's purse or bag or whatever, whatever you want to call it, you have some photography photos that she does. I also love the line that Chloe says here, pretty much complimenting, like, oh, Victoria, like, is really good at taking pictures. And then she finishes off the statement with why does that piss me off so much? And it's like, oh, that pisses you off so much because it reminds you of Max, and clearly you want Max to be like the really good, like, photo person. So somebody being really good at taking photos is almost like it's almost like Chloe is being offended for Max, which is kind of funny, but you know. And then we find the pill bottle of muscle relaxers, because that's the pills that Rachel is using. That Victoria is using and trying to use on Rachel. Because that's pretty clear that she's trying to sabotage the play by drugging Rachel so that way she can fill in Rachel's spot. Because, Victoria is jealous and she wants to upstage Rachel somehow, so she's going to resort to cheating instead of genuinely put in the effort and actually prove that she is genuinely better at Rachel in something instead of trying to cheat to get ahead. And now we have the continuation of Rachel's little scheme. Victoria's scheme against Rachel. So here we go.
Hurry now before your tea gets... What are you doing here? This area is for cast and crew only. Or are you only here to try and sabotage the play like you sabotaged my homework? God, you're pathetic.
Real quick, I do want to point out that I love the smash cut to Chloe with her very like I'm on to you, like I know your game look immediately when it cuts from Rachel realizing that Chloe is standing in front of her. Especially the smirky look on Chloe's face. Which how Victoria does not figure out that Chloe knows what she's up to by the obvious signs here and the fact that Chloe kind of appeared out of nowhere. Um, but yeah.
I'm here to support Rachel.
How nice.
I want to make sure she's relaxed before the show.
Whatever.
Wow, her silverware is
Rachel
over here
Amber,
blinding
it was
me.
customary
with
among
the-
the
with the
thespians of
shining
ancient Greece for the
lighting.
understudy to offer hot tea to the lead actress on opening night, as a way of showing appreciation for her tutelage. It is in that spirit that I
Also, real quick, I do love the cut to Chloe's eye roll as Victoria is saying all this.
offer you this beverage. May it help to reveal the essence of your talents for all to see.
Wow. That, thanks.
Now we could go for the funnier option, which is what I'm gonna go with. I'm gonna go with the more funnier option.
Hold up. Did you hear that?
Hear what? I didn't hear anything.
Oh, I hear it now. It sounds like Mr. Keaton's calling for you.
He is? He probably wants my thoughts on the set dressing. Okay, don't go anywhere. I'll be right back.
What's going on?
Bitch dosed your tea.
That is the least surprising thing ever. What should we do? Problem solved. Damn, Chloe Price. What would I do without you?
Have super relaxed muscles, I guess.
Mr. Keaton's busy with Nathan. I'm sure he'll call on.
I just want to say real quick that Rachel's gonna have super relaxed muscles anyway. Which specifically, Chloe, you're gonna be the one that's gonna be giving her the super relaxed muscles. So either way, she was gonna get that.
On my aesthetic sensibility soon.
Here we go.
In the meantime, let us drink.
Ah, shiny, blinding.
Oh, make sure you drink it all. Your instrument will thank you.
I am so grateful to have such a kind and caring friend as you, Victoria.
Aw, samesies.
Samesies too.
Anyway, I'll see you out there. Break a leg.
So, that happened?
Just when I thought this day couldn't get any batshit crazier.
Oh, hey, that's mine. A shirt for a free spirit. I knew you were gonna pick that one.
You can read me like a script, Rachel Amber.
Wait, Carly. We're ruined. The show is ruined.
That was quick.
My dear young artist.
I'll let the scene play out before we get to a specific moment, and then I'm gonna pause it real quick. But also, first of all, the glitch with Rachel's shiny ass necklace that kept blinding me at several points through that whole scene. Very sad that that's when a glitch like that kind of distracts you from the scene that's going on is kind of disappointing. But yeah. And then we get to also a little bit of a thing is if you confront Victoria about the pills, then pretty much Rachel and Chloe are pretty much gonna like pressure her to prove that the tea, that Rachel's cup was not drugged with anything. And they're gonna pressure her to drink it to prove it anyway. So there's that. Also, if Rachel is not able to be in the play in any way, then Chloe is gonna run into not Rachel. She's gonna run into Victoria in the tent, worried, nervous, and panicking over being the star of the play now, and pretty much taking those muscle relaxing pills to try to calm herself down, which then would lead to Rachel showing up, and then you would either have the option to make Victoria even more worried to the point where she quits, and then Rachel just slides back into the play, because what other options are they gonna have, right? And or you can with you trying to if you fail trying to convince her to quit, instead Rachel will put the muscle relaxers in tea and give it to Victoria and pretty much drug Victoria herself. And then Victoria will pass out and Rachel will be in the play anyway. So, oh, and mind you, Rachel does this behind Victoria's back while Victoria is distracted by talking with Chloe. So you pretty much see Rachel dosing the tea in the background while Victoria and Chloe are talking, which is really bad because it's definitely one of those scenes that does have a very negative impression of Rachel, because it pretty much shows Rachel is capable of drugging somebody if she wants to, so not the best. So I personally wouldn't recommend that option because it really makes her look really bad. Um, but yeah. So in the end, we get this option here. I mean, not this option, but we get this outcome from the decisions that we made here.
Worst turn of fate.
Mr. Cretan, I have revelations to reveal. Rachel Amber is on drugs. Look at her. Her face is so blurry and pretty. She's clearly been drugged. I mean,
Yeah,
drugged herself.
love how Mr. Keaton
She
is looking
loves
at her
drugs.
like,
Don't
bitch,
you?
you're the only one that's on drugs, clearly.
Touche, Fates. Touche.
I also want to point out real quick that Victoria is extremely lucky that when she collapsed to the ground, her head didn't smack those stairs that she was very inches away from hitting. So yeah, instead of the scene being funny, it would have took a very dark turn if she would have smacked her head against those stairs. So she definitely got lucky on that one.
Oh boy. Here we go.
What? Oh, no.
Mr. Keaton,
No.
Chloe could step in for Juliet.
No fucking
At least
chance.
until the road's clear.
The romantic.
She's the right fit for Juliet's costume.
She is indeed. Tell me, my dear, have you ever acted before?
Hell no.
She's being modest. We play improv games all the time. And she's fantastic at it.
My dear, what if I told you that the entire fate of the production rests upon your slender shoulders?
I'd say you're super fucked.
Love how no one gives a shit
Chloe,
about Victoria
please.
passed out on the
Me.
floor there.
Damn it.
Gotta love the smash cut.
I can't believe Rachel's talked me into this.
Funny. Also, a scene that's so funny with that smash cut that Deck Nine would reuse it. Well, reuse the use of a smash cut to intensify a funny moment in True Colors with the performance during the festival, where it smash cuts to Alex on stage with the guitar for the performance that she had no idea she was gonna get roped into. Also, isn't it very convenient that Juliet so happens to be the same size as Chloe? Isn't that pretty convenient? Also, for this part, all you have to remember is whatever's highlighted. So that's an easy way of getting through this play is just remember or take pictures of the highlighted parts of the script. So you don't have to remember every single thing. So you just focus on the highlighted parts and you're all good. So play? I said play. Okay, thank you. So in the end, now it becomes our turn to show up, and we go through pretty much all this part. I do love, I do love how Chloe wants Dana's part, because Dana's part has to be to pretend to be sleeping there, so she doesn't have to do anything but just sit there. So that's pretty funny. So for now, we're just reciting, the parts of the play, um, to the best of Chloe's ability, because, yeah, Chloe's remembering the lines and saying the lines, but it's very obvious Chloe does not have any acting skills because, she has a lot of pauses to try to remember what her line is and is clearly very nervous. So, yeah. Even though the teacher is pretty much telling you, well, not telling you, but his reactions is just pretty much to tell you that you're getting the lines right. So if he's like really happy with what you're doing, that's pretty much the game telling you that, like, yes, you're saying the correct lines. So so I do like how you're given certain lines that can dearly um like derail the play, with Chloe just saying fuck this shit or something. So you could choose to like intentionally fuck up at points, or you can like try your best to go along with the play. Clearly it's more fun to go along with it and see how well Chloe can act. But then now we're getting to the part of the play that I'm sure everyone pretty much has been waiting for, because this is definitely the highlight of this whole episode. Pretty much is definitely this play scene and everything that's gonna come after this. So yeah. So here we go.
Foil, let me remember thee what thou hast promised. How now?
What is't thou canst demand?
My liberty.
Indeed.
Thy liberty?
Nay, this most of all I will not grant.
That's not her line.
Nope.
Is it? What's going on?
But thou assured my freedom, didn't thou?
I never said how dearly I hold thee. My habit's been to keep my soul well draped. Most loyal spirit, companion, and friend, is acting in my service not replete with excitement, amusement, and delight?
Of course, mistress. Most truly it is so.
Mr. Key, they're way off script. It's magical.
Then why, I pray you, wish you to be free.
Excitement ages quickly, and I fear if we set out in search of new, fun, you'll tire of me, and, then I'll be alone.
I have thee in my grasp. I will not bend. I will not see thee flying forth alone. The envy would be more than I could bear.
So come with me. Is that not in thy power?
Spirit, take my hands. Most faithful friend, for but a little longer I beseech. Continue in thy service to my schemes, and when they are complete, I swear to thee, we shall fly beyond this isle. The corners of the world are mere prologue. I'll seek to make thy happiness so great that e'en the name of liberty's forgot. What sayest thou to my most hopeful wish? Yes, I am most pleased. Your duty done for now, so go forth hence with haste. I've work to do.
Okay. So after getting a big congratulations from everyone because well, if you performed everything correctly before Rachel turned the play into a kind of a marriage confession almost, because she literally took a knee and grabbed Chloe's hand. So it's like, all we're missing in this situation is a ring to put on Chloe's finger at this point. Like, come on. But also, the one girl in the audience that screams "Say yes," priceless. No notes at all. Perfect. Perfect timing on that. But anyway, you get Nathan's part of the play, which a little thing of reference. If Samantha, if you've been encouraging Samantha to pursue Nathan, then Nathan will actually perform perfectly during the play, during his part there. So there's that. But clearly he pissed himself and was, well, not pissed himself, but he pretty much cracked under pressure and started crying on stage. So clearly we were not supporting Samantha's relationship with Nathan. And she's technically supposed to be taking our advice, but there is a cutscene during the ending montage of this episode that kind of contradicts what we told her and what she agreed to do. So yeah, that cutscene doesn't really add up there with those choices. So kind of weird on that one, that they didn't have a different cutscene variation for that. But in any case, we finish the play, and then now everyone's taking a bow. The teacher's taking a bow. Uh, Rachel is clapping. Chloe is just staying behind and just clapping uh, from the back there. But we do get, obviously, Chloe's not going to stay back there.
Wasn't that fun?
You're so dead.
Yeah? How dead?
Hella dead.
Yay, she said it. In a meaningful, meaning way of saying it. Yeah.
Also, before we go into the next scene, obviously Sarah being at the play, like watching it for whatever reason. We do get this moment, if you noticed, when they do the bow, and then you have the moment where Rachel is like, once everyone lets go, if you notice, Rachel keeps a hold of Chloe for longer than everyone else like held each other, to the point where Chloe, if you notice, Chloe just looks down and is like, oh, she's still touching me. But obviously Rachel like lets go, but the fact that she held on like even longer, like, you know, it's those little visual cues that that shows how deeply their relationship has pretty much gotten, which I think we didn't really need it, considering we just had like a proposal like scene just happen a little while ago, so I think we already aggressively got that point across. So so anything else is kind of a little bit overkill, but I still appreciate the subtle moment uh after the very big upfront bombastic moment. So I still appreciate it. Also, like I said, Chloe using the word hella in that scene is nice, and also as a twofer, the very unintentional foreshadowing there with Chloe telling Rachel, "You are so dead." Um, yeah, not very, not entirely a happy thing to be saying, especially when technically it's true. Well, that it's going to be true. All right, so then we transition to the lead up to the big moment, the big moment, and we all should know what moment this is going to be. Okay?
Oh my god, Keaton's face behind
Because you got that
I'm
in the first
shitting
episode. When you're going into
He
the
was shitting himself in that
dorm, not the dorm, the front of the school. school, and Rachel bursts through the door when you're about to open it, and takes her to the art room. When she goes to ask her opinion on the
So you get this nice little quiet scene with oop, hold on. Hold on, the drama queen is about to start speaking. Hold on.
her forward, she grabs Chloe by the hip and moves her forward, and Chloe immediately looks down at her hand wrapped around her waist. And then she just did the same thing here during the play. When they're doing the bow, she looks down at her arm that Rachel has grabbed.
I love nights after a show. Is it always like
after
this?
they do their bow.
Totally. It's
So
such a high. No more nerves.
kind of
just
little
the adrenaline.
nuances of
So, first timer, are you proud of yourself?
of
You were literally perfect.
the
to me.
interest and stuff
I was
that
blown.
has been building.
Yeah, I feel really awesome. If you told me this morning I'd be this happy tonight, you've gone through so much shit today.
Right now's pretty good.
Okay, the whole show was good. I admit it. Yeah. It was magical.
Okay, so with this, we are just going to... We're just gonna go for the nice little hand holding. Because if you choose the other two options, like, even though this hand holding section, like, they don't say anything, it's just, like, soaking in the moment. Even though Chloe will say something in the other two options,
Let's leave.
all they
real.
do is just kind of, like,
For
clasp
real.
arms
You
together,
said you
so
wanted
it's a
to
lot
take
less of
Tal's
a
never back. Like I said
meaningful
last
thing.
night, let's do it.
If she would have said
No.
something
I've been
while
thinking about
holding,
that all day.
before she goes in to hold the hand, and then they
That
walk,
was-
that would have been
Don't say
something
it was
else,
just
but...
a crazy thought. You mean it. I can tell. You want this.
Yeah, but, like, eventually.
Let's go now.
I will point out the fact that Rachel says you want this. Rachel, you should be fully aware by now what Chloe wants. And at this point, I don't think it is the leaving the town thing at this point. I think at this point what Chloe wants is kind of what's in your pants right now. So at this point, unless you're just gonna drop your pants and your panties, I think that's pretty much what Chloe wants at this point. Like, come on. At this point, I think I think at this point Chloe kind of needs a new pair of underwear at this point. Because she probably has a flood going on down there.
Didn't we already agree on stage?
We can't just...
Why not?
Okay, so we're gonna exhaust all these
How
options
far could we possibly
first.
get without a car?
I thought you were fixing that truck in the junkyard.
I was just seeing if I could.
Well, can you or can't you? Yeah, I can. That's hot.
Okay, so we
In other words,
clearly
we've
know
got
one of
transportation covered.
Rachel's kinks is
I know our parents have been
being
shitty, but
handy.
you can't just leave them.
So
That doesn't sound like Chloe Price.
Ayo, being handy, right? what would she be doing with her hands? Hmm? And plus, I think Chloe being like being able to fix things and be like a repair person. I guess Rachel finds that extremely attractive, I guess. Because all she said that she could fix up the truck, and apparently Rachel's response is "that's hot" is like, okay, I guess that really does it for you, I guess.
Wouldn't it hurt your mom? She doesn't deserve that, right?
Uh-oh.
I don't deserve to live in the middle of my parents' mistakes.
Right. Of course you don't. What about money?
I thought you were a high-rolling criminal now.
I collected the money Frank wanted, but
Thought I
then
was
I
gonna
gave it to
sneeze
that
for a minute
asshole,
there.
Damon. So, I didn't get a cut like Frank promised.
You did what you had to do to keep Drew safe.
Still, that whole situation was so messed up.
We'll figure it out, Chloe. Anyway, I've got more than enough to start us out. I always get birthday money from my dad. Or should I say, hush money. Any more questions?
Fine then, drama queen. Where are we going?
You tell me. What uniquely twisted location does Chloe Price plus Rachel Amber equal?
Why don't you show me LA?
Perfect. 60 degrees every night. You and me on the Santa Monica Pier, gorging on food truck food, smoking up, looking at the moon shining on the waves. And a beautiful blonde man will sit next to us and smile at you.
Yeah, okay.
He'll say, I like your eyes. And I'll say, back off. She's with me.
You're full of shit.
I love this time of night. Don't you just feel like everything's possible?
Rachel, stop. If you don't mean this, it's just making me feel like shit that this life you're describing isn't going to happen.
For fuck's sake! I've never been more serious in my life. Chloe, what would it take to convince you?
And here we go. Okay. So
it is very obvious what decision we're gonna go with, which is the moment that that pretty much the vast majority of people are going to go with anyway. Like, let's be honest. Like, what other option are people realistically going to choose? Okay? Especially with this amount of setup, like, you have to, like, we have to get some type of payoff after all this, huh? Especially after the play, like, come on. At that point, it's like giving, at this point, it's like giving Chloe and Rachel metaphorical, like, blue balls at this point. Like, come on.
We'll go with the kiss. Because at this point, we've already solidified this relationship as much as possible. And Rachel kind of symbolically proposed to you on stage, so. So there's that.
Is that convincing enough?
Yeah.
Now, the more, also how much interest you have,
Holy shit.
you've shown for Rachel leading up to this moment.
Right.
Not only do you unlock the kiss option, if you do choose the kiss option, the kiss itself is more intense.
I think it's a sign. I think
Depending on how much of an interest you've shown.
If you want to.
So that version of the kiss is the maximum
Let's go
amount
sneak some
you can
cozy
get
stuff for my house.
to get that
you
version
or
of
for
it.
me?
So
I gotta say, my clothes
So,
look
yeah.
damn good on you.
Cool.
lucky for you, there's conveniently literally no one
And then
like wandering the streets, the sidewalk, or anything here. Because it literally almost looked like you guys were like ready to just jump on each other like right in the middle of the road. So lucky for you, no one is around.
So, with that, we go to Rachel's house. And, which this is the last sequence of the game. Also, a funny little moment here. Chloe with the little gun shooting. Is a nice little callback to the junkyard scene earlier when Rachel was leaving the truck to get ready for the play. Rachel did the little shooties to Chloe when she was leaving before she closed the truck door, right? So Chloe doing it subtly, well, not subtly because Rachel's looking at her, but as far as the audience goes, her doing that is a nice little subtle callback. So, nice little moment there. But in any case, we get discovered by Rachel's dad. So our sneaking plan immediately just blew up. And then now, uh, we get this little scene. So there's a little bit of funny moments. So let's listen in on this a little bit.
It was, but that was before I was expelled. Now it's that girl who used to go here. What was her name again? All one word.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to bring up any sore subjects.
Who's sore?
Rachel, honey, you were resplendent tonight.
Thanks.
Chloe, you must join us for dinner tonight.
She must?
I must?
Of course.
I made chicken a la king. I'm sure you both acted up quite the appetite.
Yeah, no thanks. I'm more of a burger a la king kind of gal.
She's funny, this one.
I'm aware.
Chloe, I know we didn't.
The one
exactly meet each
moment
other
of
at our
a
best this weekend,
genuine
but with you and Rachel becoming such fast
smile
friends,
that
I insist
Rachel
you join us for
gives
dinner.
during this
Don't you agree, Rachel?
conversation
Yes,
here.
of course. Chloe, would you join us for dinner, please?
Of course.
Great. I just need to wash off. Then I'll be right down.
Don't be long. In meantime, perhaps you can help me with the table, Chloe?
Sure thing, Mrs. Amber.
Okay, I'm gonna go pack. After dinner, we can make our break. You cool down here?
Totally. Your parents love me.
They're good at coming off that way, but don't let your guard down. And, Chloe, we just need to make it through dinner. Try not to say anything that,
That I would normally say.
Exactly.
Just some quality time with the Ambers.
All right, so with our nice little text message that we get from Steph, pretty much congratulating us on our performance for the Tempest and pretty much saving the play from having to be canceled, uh, which is nice. Which also goes to show how much people are talking about the play. So there's that. Oy. So in any event, we have to go through this sequence here of helping set up the table for dinner, which is pretty much the last thing that uh, that you have to do. Also, this nice little text message from Drew apologizing for being so mad and everything, and uh, acknowledging that uh, even though in the heat of the moment, uh, Chloe technically did do the right thing. So him acknowledging that stuff, and also personally giving Chloe an update on Mikey at the hospital and everything, and Chloe telling him to, tell Mikey that she said hi, and Drew saying like, I will definitely do that, pretty much is, pretty heartwarming. So with that, we get a little bit of dialogue with Rose here, Rachel's mother. So So now we got the plates. We set the plates. Give Joyce a little updated text message so that way she doesn't have to worry. And then we find all this evidence here. Ooh. Ooh, that burp. Ugh. Anyway. So we just have this little kind of tense conversation with James. It's also very obvious that he's trying to dig for information with Chloe. So obviously he's addressing like Rachel skipping school and everything and like all that stuff. So he's pretty much calling out the performance that they both did during the principal's office part. So in any case, he's like, okay, since you're not gonna tell me like information that I need that he's looking for, then James is like, all right, you're fine, because clearly we're not gonna get anywhere. So in any event, we get the cup for the liquor, and then we have to light the candles. So we light the candles, and then finally we have the dinner scene here. So presumably Rachel has already like packed her stuff already before, coming down, like she said she was gonna do. So in any event, we have this little conversation here with Rachel and with Rachel's parents primarily, because for the most part Rachel is primarily gonna be pretty quiet. So there's
vocabulary. What about that fire?
Smooth.
Dinner's really good, Mom.
Thank you, Rachel. The way the fire spreads so fast, I've never heard of anything like it.
Yeah, I know. Weird.
It's
Some would say
almost surreal.
Strange.
They say a fire like that could only come from a crime of passion.
Passion? What does that mean?
I don't know. You tell me. 'Cause you're the DA, of course.
It's certainly troubling. The latest report from the commissioner's office suggests arson.
Arson. Why would anyone do that?
Any number of reasons. With everything going on in the world today, even a town like Arcadia Bay isn't immune to the ills of society.
I cannot imagine how difficult these last few years have been for you, Chloe. Now that you and Rachel have become friends, I want you to know that our home is always open to you.
Cool. Thanks.
Well said, dear. It's imperative.
I will interject for a minute and say uh, Rose. I don't know if you've heard, but at this point, I don't think Rachel and Chloe are just regular friends at this point. Okay, I think we've moved way past that point at at this time. Someone needs to get this girl and update her on the latest events.
In such troubled times as these, that we remember what is most important to us. Family. Family's not merely a gift. It is
Yeah,
a responsibility. As such,
make the
those we
situation
love
even more
must be
tense than it
cared
already
for
is.
and never, ever taken for granted.
We could go for the back talk. Why not?
Enough of this asshole.
This is the final thing.
Rachel may have to take it, but I don't.
The
I'm going
final
to turn his
part of
daughter
this
and
episode,
wife
anyway.
against him at his own dinner table. I'm not sure I agree, James.
Oh? I thought you of all people would be grateful for family, at least.
If you ask
I will say, James's comment of I think you of all people would be grateful about for family is a pretty fucked up statement to say, especially if it's common knowledge with William's car accident and all that shit and him dying from it. So yeah, that's kind of fucked up to say, by the way. James.
me, gratitude is just one more way privileged people tell the unprivileged that they should be happy with what they have.
That is an excellent point, Chloe. We must always be sensitive to the way our privileges shape our perspectives.
Well said, Mom.
Still, there must be some room for personal responsibility. I'm sure you agree, Chloe.
My dad was super responsible. He always drove under the speed limit. Then one day, a truck came along and turned him into a super responsible pancake.
See? This is why it's so important to invite diverse voices to converse with one another. It's absolutely stimulating.
Highly stimulating.
Since you have answers for everything, Chloe, perhaps you'd like to enlighten us with some of your hard-earned wisdom about the world.
Sure. I believe that we should look closely at everyone, especially the people in power, to see what secrets they're hiding.
Very well articulated, Chloe. I am consistently impressed with how politically aware your generation
That's one way of putting with it.
Chloe is an excellent articulator.
Excuse
Always
me,
catching
dear?
those little
But if this is what passes for politically aware these days, we're in serious
smirks
trouble.
and
James,
little
it's
happy moments
unfair
that
and also rude to Chloe.
No, I don't believe it is. It seems clear that these points Chloe is making are merely veiled attacks on me.
Are you suggesting that I'm using some sort of incognito mode where I can keep my activities hidden? That's crazy.
Don't worry,
See?
Mr. Amber. I can tell
you
that my
would
progressive
only
attitude is
get
not
that
working in this house.
underlying bit
I'll
of
see myself
dialogue
out.
for this back talk
James,
fight
Chloe
if you
is
looked
right.
at the
You owe her an
his
apology.
computer.
I owe her no such thing. I believe she is willfully acting belligerently just as she did this morning. It is how people like her respond to adversity.
People like her? So we're profiling now? This is what 8 months in the DA's office has taught me.
I resent that. My office is committed to fair and equitable treatment.
Yes, I've read the press releases.
Excuse me? Are you calling me a hypocrite?
Oh.
Rachel!
I
I can't sit here and listen to
Rachel
this
thought it was
bullshit
funny.
anymore. Stop it, Dad. You're a hypocrite. Okay? I know. You lying, cheating piece of shit, motherfucker.
Excuse me?
We saw you yesterday at the Overlook
James?
kissing that woman.
James.
Rachel? Honey, whatever you saw or think you saw, I know it's hard, but I need you to trust me.
No offense, Mr. Amber, but I think we trust our eyes more than you.
That's enough. You are not welcome here or around my daughter any longer. I know exactly what kind of person you are from the moment I saw you, and I let my wife's compassion get the better of me.
Oh? What kind of person is
A
that?
delinquent. A broken girl from a broken home.
That's enough, James. I will not have you continue to speak to her like this.
Oh boy. Oh. Well, those candle fires are getting a little intense. Meanwhile, Chloe's the only one that noticed, like,
Why can't you just tell
like
me
Rachel's
the
getting
fucking
pissed.
truth? Stop lying. Stop being a politician for 1 fucking minute. Can't you just be my dad?
Rachel, that woman you saw, that wasn't my mistress. That was your mother.
Bum bum bum. What's it?
Yeah. I will say, that twist was very easy to figure out. That is definitely not the best twist in any of these games. Because you literally just put Sarah and Rachel side by side. It's pretty obvious to figure out that, okay, that has to be her mother, because Rose looks nothing like Rachel. Like Rachel and Rose look nothing alike, so there you go. But in any event, we get our little montage here. Also, a little case in point is the whole Tempest scene with Victoria and everything. That is her last big scene for the rest of the game, because she really has no, like, I believe she doesn't have like a speaking line or anything in the next episode. So in the final episode. But then again, that goes for like a lot of characters. Like a lot of characters really don't have like a speaking role or anything in the next episode, especially depending on certain choices you make. You won't even have like certain audio like scenes that certain characters would have. You don't even have that. Oh, and that was the contradicting scene with Samantha being there to see Nathan when he gets out after changing and everything, and then giving him like the little clap and stuff. That's the contradicting scene, because we didn't encourage his. Oh, okay. uh, shit. uh, th- thank you, everybody. Thank you. right when we were getting to the wrap up. Thank you. Thank you both. Both. Try. Thank you, Try. Thank you, Rhiannon. Thank you both. Right when we were getting down to the wrap up, because at the very least I wanted to finish out episode 2 before we call it a day. But yeah, thank you both so much. Thank you. Yes. Yeah. Thank you. You both of you. You both are way too kind. Thank you. Okay. Now I'm trying to get back on track of where I was gonna go. Uh. So now that we got that not very subtle twist, as we discussed before, the twist was not very surprising. But in any case, like I said before, most people. What's that? You're trying to what now? No, no. I'm trying to get the wrap up back on track here. Trying to get my thoughts together. But anyway, like I said before, the whole Rachel part, it's pretty obvious what the vast majority chooses here. Like, come on, the vast majority. Do you? Don't worry, I am. I'm doing my thing right here, right now. But the vast majority of people take the blame for Rachel, so that way she's in the play, because that's what 71%. So that's the vast majority. And then obviously, come on, who's not gonna go for the kiss at that point? Like, come on, 73% of people go for the kiss. Of course we're gonna go with that. Like, come on. What other option do you have that makes sense? Was there any other like really important shit that we did here? Oh my god, it is so tiny. Oh, here we go. 87% tells Steph that Rachel isn't single, so there's that. Any other important thing here? Not really. As I said, it's pretty strong where the Rachel choices go. It's pretty one-sided, to be honest. But that was it, right? Yep. Okay. So, with our breakdown with episode 2 out the way, we will continue next time with the breakdown with episode 3, and finally we will be able to place where Rachel is going to land on this list. Like, where is Rachel gonna land? We will find out that the answer to that in the next episode. So, with that, I have been JR, and I will hopefully catch you all in the next one. And thank you for all the birthday wishes, everybody. Thank you so much. And I will see you all in the next video. Catch you later.